Let's do prayer.
Randy, want to pray today? You're so good at it.
Okay, we are ready to go on the record. We're going to open up today's session with a prayer, if everyone will bow with me. Dear Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for all the many blessings that you've given us. We thank you for safe travels for everyone who is here at these board hearings today, and pray that you will guide us through these hearings and help us make the best decisions for all those involved. We pray, Lord, that you will be with those who are sick from this COVID-19, and that you will help them in recovery and help us as nurses and providers as we care for those patients as well. Guide, guard, and direct us. Forgive us for our sins. In Christ's holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Okay. Welcome to the board hearings today. We are the Board of Nursing. We're made up of 13 members. There are 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. Today, we have a 3-panel board with Randy Taylor serving as an alternate who will participate in neither the deliberations nor the discussion concerning this case. Participating today will be Sandra Culpepper, LPN, TJ Adams, RN, and I am Teresa Stanford, nurse practitioner. And now I will turn it over to our Assistant Attorney General for further carrying on.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. My name is Edward Wiggins. I'll be serving as a hearing officer today. Since we've had the introduction of our board members, we'll note that we do have a quorum present. Is the licensee present?
I am.
Please state your name.
I'm Benjamin Patton.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patton. Are you represented by counsel today?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, are you aware that you have the right to be represented by counsel?
I am.
You further understand you have the right to present witnesses and evidence on your behalf?
I do.
You also understand that you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you?
Yes, I am.
Finally, do you understand you had the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. These proceedings will flow as follows. We will have opening statements. Then the case against the applicant will proceed. You will be allowed to cross-examine witnesses. There will be an opportunity for presentation of evidence and, of course, any rebuttal testimony. Questioning of witnesses will begin with direct examination, followed by cross-examination and any redirect if necessary. The board members will also be entitled to question any witnesses that testify here today. Once both sides have had an opportunity to present their cases, closing statements will be allowed. The board will then make findings of fact and conclusions of law and will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee. At this time, if there are any witnesses, I ask that they be sworn in.
Yes. Good morning. I'm Brett Thompson-May, General Counsel for the Board of Nursing. This matter is involving Mr. Ben Patton, who has an application today seeking restoration of his RN license. He additionally has requested that 3 witnesses speak on his behalf. I have Ms. Kim Horn, Dr. David Jones, and Ms. Catherine Sanders. Are they all present on Zoom today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I will allow then at this time, if it pleases the board, the swearing in by Ms. Ashley Haig, the court report.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Will all the witnesses please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do. I do.
Counsel, is the rule going to be invoked for your witnesses?
The rule will not be invoked.
Okay. For the record, I will note that there is a quorum present. These hearings are in fact open to the public. The board may deliberate and make this decision in executive session. Before the board at this time again is license number R887155, Ben Patton. At this point, we will begin with, are there any preliminary matters, council?
Yes, there are. The state at this time would move exhibits B1 through B8 be admitted into the record.
Any objection, Mr. Patton?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. They will be admitted. Anything further, council? At this time, we will begin with opening statements. Mr. Patton, if you have an opening statement, you may make it at this time.
I do. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Benjamin Patton. I'm very grateful for this opportunity you've given me this morning to discuss my restoration application with the board. I know that the Board of Nursing is not, the disease of addiction is not foreign to your jurisdiction and to what y'all deal with often. I wanted to talk to you about my disease of addiction, which led me to make choices that were very regrettable. I take responsibility. I hold myself accountable for these actions. But I am here today to mend my relationship with the board and with the public. I have been graced, received grace enough to receive intervention on my disease of addiction. Now, this intervention, they were not pleasant. They were very unpleasant. They arrived in various forms: shame and regret, the loss of my nursing license, the loss of my beloved job and career, the betrayal of trust to the public and to the profession of nursing, the loss of friendships, the loss of colleagues, and many hurt people. But I want to tell you that these interventions allowed me an opportunity to seek treatment for my disease. And I've been sober for 3.5 years. And I would like today to demonstrate to the board and to the public that I have a lot of passion and energy and zeal for this profession. I believe that I have a lot to offer. I believe that you will have lots of questions for me about my sobriety. I am an open book at this point. I am here in an effort to continue, hopefully, in growing in the profession of nursing and to live a better life. So I'm hoping that what we discussed today and the evidence will present itself, that you will come to the same conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. Council.
Yes, we are here today before the board panel on application of restoration by Mr. Ben Patton. Mr. Patton voluntarily surrendered his license, and it was approved by this board in February of 2017. Mr. Patton comes today with evidence that he would like the board to consider, and the state would just ask that all evidence as well as testimony from the witnesses be considered in light of the burden that Mr. Patton carries in his petition for restoration.
Thank you, council. Mr. Patton,
Yes, sir.
you may proceed with your case.
So I wanted to discuss, if this would be an appropriate time, my application, which would include my binder. And I wanted to briefly go over, if it's appropriate, the contents of the binder.
Sure, go ahead.
So in the left pocket is the application, and there are documents that we will go over, that I'll answer any questions as far as some of the questions that were asked on the application. The tabs are, the first tab, number 1, are drug screens. I have been drug tested since July of 2017 through August of 2018 with my treatment center, Three Oaks Treatment Center. Some of these were weekly random, and then they turned into monthly random. Those are included in that tab. And then I joined the Affinity Board of Nursing drug screen compliance program in April of 2018. And you should have see one page that I put in there that lists drug screens from April 2018. Some of those binders will have the most recent one in July. That was last week, I believe. Not the original that I submitted to council, but the other binders have that one, should have July in it. You will see in tab 2, my inpatient treatment records. I went to Cumberland Heights in Nashville, Tennessee in February of 2017. There is an error on that, on the table of contents page. It says Cumberland Heights, February 2017. It should say through March 2017. In March of 2017, Cumberland Heights made arrangements so that I could be closer to some supportive family in Jackson. And I was admitted into the Three Oaks Behavioral Health Program, where I stayed through March of 2017 through the end of July 2017. My sobriety date, by the way, is February 22nd, 2017. So you will see that in tab 4, my AA calendars of attendance. I began keeping records of those in April of 2017. And then you'll have, because of COVID and there's Zoom meetings, and then there's step chat meetings online, you'll see the end of those calendars around March 2020, and then a daily record that are individual pages that will show where I attended and participated in either a Zoom meeting or an online step chat meeting. In tab 5, you will see my required affidavits. Tab 6 has some various letters of support, including one from Dr. David Jones, who is my addiction psychologist, who is present as a witness today, who has been with me since the moment I was admitted into Three Oaks. My AA sponsor has also submitted a letter. And then my mother has also submitted a personal letter. Tab 7, as I approached, is continuing education. As I approached the possibility of having the opportunity to be in front of y'all, I wanted to also, over the course of several months, gather some of those basic things. Took some courses in ethics and addiction, HIPAA, compliance matters, and you'll see those continuing education certificates in tab 7. And then in tab 8 is my final order with the Mississippi Board of Nursing. To go back to the documents that are in the pocket when you first open my binder, is the application, and then I've answered some questions regarding to the yes statements. You do have some documents. Accordingly, I was charged in the criminal courts directly related to my diversion of these controlled substances in Hinds County. you will see a document for Judge Tommy Green, non-adjudicated, and ultimately terminated my probation. And then she ordered an expungement of those charges. You will also see in that pocket, when I surrendered my Mississippi license, I immediately notified the California board, and I surrendered my license as well to them. So that is the contents of my binder. If you'll advise me how I should proceed at this point.
If you have any further statement you'd like to make to the board, you can do so at this time. Then we'll look at proceeding to the witness that you have to testify on your behalf.
Okay. No, I'd like to go ahead and proceed. I will, of course, have a closing statement.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to call your first witness?
Sure. I'll call Kim Horn. Kim is my former direct supervisor at University Hospital. She and I have had a long-term professional relationship. I work directly under her, and, on a personal level, I want to say that even above my family, the one person that was affected by this was Ms. Horn. She had placed me in a position of trust and authority. I had been a nurse with her for years. So she has endured every type of professional and personal emotion and loss, but been present also for this journey of recovery in every step of the way. So Kim, if you just would like to go ahead and provide any information.
Of course, thank you. Thank you to the board for allowing us to be. As Ben stated, we go way back. And yes, he had been promoted. Ben, he set the standard for what it's supposed to be. Was tireless and thoughtful and intelligent, and he just embodied what we as have to be. When we found the ultimate nation,
Ms. Horn, we're having a little difficulty hearing you. I'm not sure if it's the connection or what. Are you able to speak a little closer to your mic?
yes. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. I'm not sure what you heard. When Ben was terminated, the loss that the entire team felt was just palpable. He was a leader, and we were devastated. Nursing took a pretty good hit that day when we lost him in our profession. I think he still gets letters and emails and correspondence from patients and families that he helped take care of in our unit at UMC. And I plead with the board today that you see fit to reinstate him. I cannot fathom anything else he could have done to repair his relationship with the public, with himself, and with you. He has done everything that you have asked. He has such a peace about where he is, and I think that comes from the amount of remorse that he has felt. I think that the public deserves to have him back. We as nurses in our profession deserve to have him back. I've been a nurse for about 25 years, and the majority of that has been in leadership positions. And I can honestly say that they don't make nurses like Ben Patan anymore. And I just hope that you see fit to put him back where he can do the most good for the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horn. Mr. Patton, do you have any questions for Ms. Horn?
No, sir, I do not. Thank you.
Counsel?
It's just a few questions. Good morning, Ms. Horn.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good morning. I'm just, for the record, how long have you known Mr. Patton?
Probably about 12 years, maybe.
Okay. And did I understand that you were his direct supervisor at the time that he admitted to the diversion at UMC?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Yes. Okay. And if the board decides to restore Mr. Patton's license today, if you were in the capacity to hire back Mr. Patton, would you?
Absolutely. Without hesitation, I absolutely would. Mhm.
And then last question, as the board considers all the evidence and testimony, out of curiosity, if you, as we go down this road of you hiring him back, would you allow him to administer narcotics?
Yes, I would.
Nothing further.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Patton, any redirect for Ms. Horn?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you may call your next witness.
My second witness, I would like to call Kathy Sanders. She is a nurse that not only helped in training me in the early years, but we worked closely together. She's currently a critical care nurse practitioner at UMC. Kathy.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having us as witnesses. As Ben said, he and I worked together as bedside nurses in the SICU at UMC since 2010, I believe. He is an exceptional nurse, combination of intelligent, hardworking, insightful. He is a leader. He is compassionate. He is empathetic. I've worked with a lot of nurses over the years who have some of those qualities, but very few possess all of them. And as all of us nurses know, it's rare to find that complete package. As Ms. Horn was saying, I've run into families, excuse me, over the years, families of patients and patients themselves who Ben has been involved in caring for them. They overwhelmingly remember Ben from their time in the ICU, whether the outcome was good or whether the outcome was not good and the patient died. They always remember Ben. I feel that he has shown that he's willing to go to any lengths to maintain his sobriety, has done everything and more that's been asked of him, I believe. Nursing is a privilege. A nursing license is a privilege. It's not a right. And I think that Ben realizes that. And I feel that if anyone has a calling, Ben has a calling to be a nurse and a leader. I valued having him on my team. I looked for him when things got rough in the ICU, and I would let him take care of anybody that I care about. So.
Mr. Patton, do you have any questions for Ms. Sanders?
I do not. Thank you, Ms. Sanders.
Counsel?
No questions.
Mr. Patton, you may call your next witness.
Yes, sir. My final witness is Dr. David Jones. He has been with me since the moment I was transferred from inpatient into Three Oaks. Three Oaks is where I did. Cumberland Heights got me physically sober. Three Oaks is where I did the work of sobriety and was taught ways of changing my life. And I still see Dr. Jones on a regular basis. And Dr. Jones, please. Go ahead. You have to unmute yourself.
Thanks for taking care of me, Mr. Patton. I'm Dr. David Jones. I have a private practice of counseling here in Ridgeland, Mississippi, and also am a consulting therapist with Three Oaks Behavioral Health, which is where I first met Mr. Patton in March of 2017. He was assigned to me as my individual patient during his time here, and also I ran groups in which he participated during his time at Three Oaks. Upon his discontinuing treatment with Three Oaks, he asked if I would become his individual therapist, which I was very pleased to do. I have seen Ben about 30 times over the past 3 years. So we have developed a very deep therapeutic relationship over that time. I realize some of the things that I'm about to say about Mr. Patton sounds like so much hyperbole, and I don't want it to come across that way because I really mean this. He has, through everything that he has been through losing his license, through the criminal charges, he has approached all of those things with such grace. I've never heard him be defensive about anything that has come down. He has taken personal responsibility for everything that has happened. He has done everything that I've asked him to do. He's dealt with every issue that we've come up with in therapy. And I'm so incredibly impressed with his ability to deal with this situation in that way. I don't have any question in my mind that Mr. Patton is dealing with the disease of his addiction in the best way possible. He has as much of a deep degree of sobriety as any patient that I deal with. So it's really, and I don't believe that there are any other psychological issues that are left behind after all of our therapy that would impede his ability to function as a nurse.
Any questions for Dr. Jones? Mr. Patton?
No, sir. Thank you, Dr. Jones.
Counsel?
Just a few. Good morning, Dr. Jones.
Good morning.
Good morning. So you also submitted a letter, I believe, that Mr. Patton has provided for the board's review, October 14th, 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you basically explained, as you just earlier testified, as to the relationship you had with Mr. Patton and sort of the longevity of the professional relationship you've had with Mr. Patton. Would that be accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And just a few questions regarding his discharge from Three Oaks Behavioral Health and currently, since you testified that you've currently are seeing Mr. Patton, and that is the discharge summary from Three Oaks had diagnosed Mr. Patton with the unspecified dependency opioid use disorder. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And given that diagnosis, can you just speak to that as to the progress you've seen in your professional opinion with regard to Mr. Patton?
Yes. In our therapy over the years, we have dealt with what led up to his addiction to begin with, which had a lot to do with some family of origin issues, some other things that led into his addiction. Once Mr. Patton was dismissed from UMMC and entered treatment, I think it shows his dedication that he has never had a negative tox screen since that date. That is very unusual in our treatment protocol. I mean, just about everybody at least has some negative urine screen at some point. Mr. Patton has never had that. He has never missed an appointment that he had with me or at Three Oaks. And when he was dismissed from Three Oaks, it was because we believed that he was at the point that he had dealt with all of the issues that he needed to deal with in a partial hospitalization setting.
Okay. And forgive me for asking just a few little preliminary questions.
So no problem.
I note that you're a PhD in LPC.
Yes.
And you, for the sake of the record, explain what your doctorate is in and how long you've been practicing in your field?
I can. I have a PhD in counseling and am a licensed professional counselor since 1986, which was right about the time that licensure began in Mississippi. And so I practiced some previous to that. So I've got about 35 years of experience in private
Do you have
practice.
specific experience with chemical dependency or substance use disorder?
I do.
Okay, all right. Very good.
Here at Three Oaks, one of my responsibilities is dealing with running groups for substance dependency. It's a dual diagnosis program. So Three Oaks has been open for 15 years. So I've been actively working with that for at least 15 years.
All right. And you state in your letter to the board that it's without reservation that I can say Mr. Patton has been one of the most compliant and authentic patients that I've ever seen.
That's correct.
Okay. And you still believe that today?
I do, without question.
Okay. And again, for the record, if you were for today, would you say that Mr. Patton would be safe to return to the nursing field should the board decide to restore his license?
I do. I do.
Would you, Dr. Jones, allow Mr. Patton to take care of any of your family members?
I would, without question.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Patton, do you have any questions for Dr. Jones?
No, sir, I do not. Thank you, Dr. Jones.
I think I failed to do this earlier, but do any of the board members have any questions for any of the witnesses for Mr. Patton?
Brad asked all of mine. I'm good.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Patton. Counsel?
Yes. Mr. Patton, I do want to ask you a couple of questions regarding your application and the documents that you've submitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Again, a lot of this is going to be for the purpose of the record. You have submitted before the panel a complete restoration application. However, I do want to cover some ground with that application for the purpose of memorializing that on the record, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The first page of your actual application, where you, the bottom part of that, you had to answer some questions, yes or no. Can you
Yes.
find that document? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And a lot of this you have testified to earlier, but I want to make sure we're clear for the sake of the record. So for the question number 1 on your application, you answered yes. Have you ever been convicted of a crime, felony or misdemeanor in any state or country?
Yes.
And you mark yes. And is that specific to the charges you testified to earlier regarding the diversion with UMC?
Yes, I wanted to be, I know that the records have been, it was non-adjudicated and had been expunged. However, that is what I was originally charged with, and it was in direct connection with the diversion of
Okay.
drugs.
And is your testimony today, there are no other felonies or misdemeanors to which you've pled guilty or entered into an agreement or convicted as guilty?
That's correct. None. That's correct. None.
Okay. All right. Question 3, again, you answered yes. Have you been found guilty of professional misconduct, unprofessional conduct, incompetence, or negligence in any state or country other than Mississippi? You responded yes. Can you hear me? Sorry. You froze.
Mr. Patton, are you there?
Looks like his connection might be in. Maybe he's gonna try to come back in.
I'm back. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
no, it's no worries.
I heard you right as you began asking me about number 3.
Yes, and I was wanting you to explain the response. You replied yes on your application, so I just was, for the sake of the record, for you to explain that.
Well, I'm assuming that even though I've surrendered, I voluntarily surrendered my license to California. I notified them immediately. I made the assumption that yes, that was also professional misconduct in their eyes, even though it was from the Mississippi surrender or revocation. Yes.
That's correct, because the question asks other than Mississippi, and you supplied the documentation for the board panel today, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
Curious, do you have any desire to make amends with California and their licensing board?
I think that's much further down the road. I had obtained that license and had never actually been to California to use it, and had it for some time. But certainly that would ultimately absolutely be a goal to mend any type of licensure relationship. Absolutely.
Okay. And question 4, you answered yes. Has any licensing authority suspended, revoked, or restricted your license or imposed any other disciplinary action? And that's related to Mississippi and California. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Question 5, you answered yes. Have you ever had charges brought against you for professional misconduct, unprofessional conduct, or negligence other than Mississippi? And you marked yes. And was that again in reference to California, or was there another instance?
No, that's in reference to the Mississippi license in California. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And then question 8, you answered yes. Has any hospital or licensed facility restricted or terminated your professional training, employment, or privileges? And you marked yes.
Yes, rightfully so.
Yes, and that was with UMC, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then question 9, you marked yes regarding receiving counseling or treatment connected with the revocation or surrender of your license.
Yes.
Yes. You had testified earlier regarding your the treatment that you underwent, the facilities where you participated in that treatment, and you have provided records for the board's review. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Moving on in your application, Let's go to part F. And that's going to, pardon me, let's go to part E, your licensure status. You testified earlier about having a California license and then surrendering that license based on your surrender here in Mississippi. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then in question 2, it asks, have you held or are you currently holding a Mississippi license in another profession? And can you explain for the record that license?
Yes, I am a licensed funeral director. I was a licensed funeral director prior to becoming a nurse. And I'm currently a licensed funeral director now.
Okay. And has that license ever been encumbered?
It is not.
And moving on to part F, in fact, as you just testified, that has been your current employment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that place of employment would be?
Seabrill Funeral Home in Ridgeland.
And you marked on your application that you began there August of 2017 until present.
I did. As I exited treatment, it was my first opportunity to work. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The last time you worked as a nurse was when?
December of 2016.
Okay. And where was that?
University Hospital. Okay. I had a PRN job at Merit Health Central. I'm sorry, that ended maybe the first week of January of 2017. So both UMC and that PRN position terminated very close together.
Okay.
And I resigned that position, of course, at Merit Health Central.
And you heard testimony by one of your witnesses, I believe Ms. Horn, who testified that if she had the hiring authority, she would hire you back if the board should decide to restore your license. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
A follow-up question from that is, do you have any potential employment opportunities as nurse?
Well, I don't. And I felt that first I needed to come before the board and,
Sure.
Ask them for the privilege to become a nurse again. And I've thought that if I thought too far ahead with something that I don't possess yet, that was not too wise. So I do not have any potential.
In what
employer.
area, Mr. Patton, would you seek to work should the board decide to restore your license?
I believe that through the gifts of my recovery, and if the board saw fit to restore my license, that I would accept. I would want to accept any position possibly that was offered to me. I don't expect to jump back into the field of critical care nursing, which is what I'm familiar with. I think I'm going to have to explore other opportunities in nursing and build from there.
So if the board asked you to continue to drug screen for however many years, would you be willing to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. If the board asked you to take any classes, would you be willing to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. If the board asked that you have any indirect supervision, would you agree to that?
Yes.
All right. You testified that your sobriety date, I believe, was February the 22nd, 2017. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Patton, what would you say your drug of choice was?
Opioid, fentanyl.
Okay. And the last time you used fentanyl was when?
December of 2016.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you have a supportive environmental group, if you will, or support group that is supporting you in your walk of recovery?
Many.
Okay. Okay, all right. And you've submitted for the board's review AANA calendars, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you attend?
My home group is the Way Out group here on County Line Road in Jackson. And sometimes I go to Traditions, Yana, the Zoom meetings. I attend various. And then I also am involved in the Step Chat, which is a whole new perspective on attending meetings.
And you've been attending those meetings roughly three plus years, that be accurate?
Yes, as soon as I returned from inpatient treatment in Nashville, who of course introduced me to meetings in the Nashville community, but as soon as I returned home from inpatient, yes, very involved.
Okay. And you have a sponsor,
I
correct?
do. I do.
And do you sponsor anyone?
I have. I'm not currently a sponsor now, but I have had 3 sponsees.
Okay. Are you working any STEP currently with AANA?
No, not currently working any steps. I mean, one of the steps I work every night is a 10th step. And so that's, the 10th step is what we call a personal inventory. And that's something I do on my own on a daily basis.
One moment. Mr. Patton, are you currently taking any medications?
Yes,
What are
I
those?
take losartan. I take simvastatin. And I take a PRN allergy medication.
Okay. And do you have a primary physician that
I
prescribes?
do. His name is Daniel Walker, nurse practitioner.
Do you have any other providers that you see, or is Dr. Walker the only provider?
He's my primary provider. There are times where I've been sick, where I've gone to Trust Care or MEA. There have been those moments in the past couple of years. And that's the only reason I'll go to that but Daniel, Mr. Walker is my primary care physician.
Okay. Mr. Patton, do you want to be a nurse again?
Yes.
Why is
Yes.
that?
Oh, nursing, the profession, it's dynamic. I miss the collaboration with other people. I think that I've had some very jobs, being a funeral director for one and being a nurse. I think that the experience next to the bedside when somebody is vulnerable with complicated health issues, not only do you have become spiritually guided to care for them, but in collaboration with the other providers, I like the challenge, trying to figure out what's going on with patients. I like the camaraderie of working with other nurses and other medical staff. And I've met some pretty amazing people in this journey that have challenged me. I think I would be a good nursing educator. I have those types of aspirations. So yes, I miss it very much. And would like to be a nurse again. Absolutely.
Part G of your application is labeled professional rehabilitation activities. And you've testified and have had witness testify on your behalf regarding some of those rehabilitative activities. So,
Mhm.
but question to that is, how can you assure the panel that what happened in the past with your diversion of fentanyl won't happen again?
Listen, I can't promise anything. If anything I've learned through this process of becoming an honest and open person is I can't sit here and promise the board anything. What I can promise the board is that I will make every sincere effort to use the resources, the people, the tools that I have learned. I'm careful not to be overconfident in my sobriety. It requires a daily tending to. And while I can't make any promises of any nature to anyone, I can assure the board that I will make every sincere attempt to restore, every sincere attempt to take every effort to maintain my sobriety. And, you know, I've just learned a different way of living, and that I didn't know before. I'm not scared to ask for help. I'm not scared to ask for help.
Is there anything else, Mr. Patton, that you would like to share with the board?
Sure. Would this be the final time I'm allowed to address them?
Not your closing, right? Just anything else, you know,
Okay.
beyond what we've discussed or your testimony or witnesses. Certainly, you have the floor to speak to the panel.
I don't have anything further. I would like to say something as we conclude the hearings.
Sure.
Okay.
Then at this time, the state has no further questions.
Thank you.
Before we move to closing statements, are there any questions members of the board would like to have answered? All right, thank you. At this time, Mr. Patton, you may proceed with your closing statement.
Thank you. So I wanted to briefly talk about the last time that I was in front of this board. I was very, very broken. That was about 3.5 years ago. I was lost and I needed help. It was necessary for me to be removed from the profession. Doesn't matter how much I loved it. Doesn't matter how much I relied on it as you know, to provide for me. I'm thankful that the interventions were done before I brought actual harm to a patient. But I became willing to confront my addiction straight on. And I have faced many of the people I have hurt along the way, and I've attempted to heal these wounds. And my life is no longer based on feelings necessarily, but trying to do the next right thing. I have a clear recognition now of who I am and what I am. And as I just mentioned, I can assure you I'm ready to make a sincere attempt to become all that I can be in my return to nursing practice and in my personal and in my spiritual life. I take deliberate, daily care and intentional steps to maintain my sobriety. I have tools and resources now that I just discussed that have changed the possibilities that life holds for me. I'm honest and open. I no longer am filled with shame or secrets. I'm aware of my strengths and weaknesses. I take great care to get the information I need and to ask for help to live the rest of my life in a different way. believe I have much to offer the profession of nursing, a safe return to the practice of nursing, which I know and appreciate is your responsibility to the public. I'm asking you for the opportunity of mending my relationship with you, the board, and my profession. And I'm really asking for a chance. I'm asking and hoping that you will give me a chance. I'm very grateful to be in front of you today and to have this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. Council.
Yes. Before the board panel today, we do have a restoration application submitted by Mr. Ben Patton. You've heard from Mr. Patton. You've heard from 3 witnesses that have testified on Mr. Patton's behalf. The state has asked questions regarding his application and is here to tell the board that Mr. Patton indeed has a complete restoration application packet for you all to review. The state would just ask that in reviewing the evidence and considering the testimony made today, that you make that determination in light of the burden that Mr. Patton carries to show why he is deserving of having the privilege to practice as a nurse restored him. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to close determination for the board to consider going into executive session.
Make a motion to go into closed determination to determine if the executive session is in order.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Those in favor, please signify by stating your name and indicating with aye.
Sandra Culpepper, aye.
Teresa Stanford, aye. I hear you, TJ.
Mr. Adams, we can't hear you.
TJ Adams, aye.
Thank you, sir. The motion carries. At this time, entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Make a motion to go into executive session.
I will second it.
Been moved and properly seconded. Those in favor, please signify by stating your name and indicating with aye.
Sandra Culpepper, aye.
Teresa Stanford, aye.
TJ Adams, aye.
Motion carries. Board is now in executive session.
We muted. Yes, you can take this one because I'm reading some of that. Yes, that is yours. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, the bottom number, anytime that bottom number is off the page.
Mr. Patton,
Oh, I already know. I thought about this one.
Yes, ma'am.
the board is moved into executive session. Sometimes this may take 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, not sure, but if you guys want to take a break, you can always dial back in, you can stay on. I recommend at least you staying on if you can.
Yes, ma'am.
And turn your video off, but we'll be right here upon them returning back from executive session.
Okay, thank you.
Right, we're back on the record. At this time, entertain a motion to return to regular session.
Make a motion, we go back in regular session.
I will second it.
It's been moved and properly second. Those in favor, please state your name, signify by saying aye.
Sandra Culpepper, aye.
Teresa Stanford, aye. Can't hear you.
You there, Mr. Adams?
TJ Adams, aye.
Thank you. The motion carries. We are back in regular session. In the matter regarding license number R887155, Benjamin Patton, the board renders the following decision. Reinstated drug-related stipulations. The licensee is to complete a compliance affidavit, a conference with the compliance officer, make note of the primary physician, nurse practitioner, continue support group sponsor and home group, supply present and future employer notifications. Respondent shall complete all requirements in this order within 36 months from the date respondent is issued a restricted license, including but not limited to the completion of 24 months of compliance with restrictions. Please note that failure to comply may result in further disciplinary action. Licensee will be subject to indirect supervision. The maximum hours allowed of 88 per 2-week period, no more than 12 consecutive hours in a 24-hour period. Employer reports are to be supplied. Aftercare. Notices of failure to attend required meetings. AA/NA attendance calendars. Abstention from addictive substances. The licensee will be forwarded a written copy of this order, delineating the remaining stipulations of the order. At this time, Mr. Patton, I commend you for your work on your restoration application. Would any of the board members have any comments to share with Mr. Patton?
I do.
You may proceed.
I would like to personally commend you on what has been a very good road to recovery. And it is nice to see that an RN who did have an addiction has gone to the lengths you have, and I commend you on that, and good luck.
Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Patton, on your sobriety. Please continue to follow through on that, and we wish you well.
Thank you.
Any further comments from the board members?
Mr. Patton, this is TJ Adams. Congratulations. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you, everybody on the board. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patton. That concludes your hearing. At this point, you are excused.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back on the record. The next matter before the board, license number R885414, Sinedra Lee. Is the licensee present? Ms. Lee, are you present?
Can she hear me?
Ms. Lee, are you present? Ms. Lee, are you present?
Yes, I'm here.
Please state your name.
Sinedra Lee.
Are you represented by an attorney, Ms. Lee?
No, I'm not.
Do you understand you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes,
You also understand you have the right to present witnesses and evidence on your behalf?
yes,
You also understand you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you.
yes,
You also understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf.
I do.
I thank you. We will proceed as follows, beginning with opening statements. The case against the licensee. We will allow for direct examination, cross-examination, as well as redirect examination. Board members will also have an opportunity to question any witnesses. Once both sides have presented their evidence, closing statements will be allowed. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be forwarded to the applicant. At this time, if there are any witnesses, I ask that they be sworn in.
Yes. Ms. Lee,
Yes,
you will be sworn in by Ms. Ashley Haig, our court reporter, for your testimony today.
okay.
Ms. Lee, would you raise your right hand, please, ma'am?
Ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. I will note for the record that a quorum is present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Ms. Lee, counsel, are there any preliminary matters we need to address?
Yes, there are. Ms. Lee received a copy of all the exhibits the state intends to admit into evidence. And at this time, the state would move exhibits B1 through B10 be admitted into the record.
Do you have any objection to those exhibits, Ms. Lee?
I do not.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything further, counsel?
Nothing further.
At this time, Ms. Lee, we will begin with opening statements. You may make yours at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to start off by saying thank you to the board for hearing my petition to have my license, my probation lifted. It's been a journey, and I just want to thank you guys first and foremost for having enough faith in me to let me practice again. This past year has been wonderful. To get back to the root of nursing that you love after spending a period of time not loving it is just an amazing feeling. And I feel like I've grown so much in this year, and it's allowed me to really connect with the people that I love to take care of, and you know, met some new colleagues, and overall it's just been a really, really positive experience. And I guess I can't thank you guys enough for just having faith in me and seeing me through this process. Um, so I do hope that I can get my probation lifted today, and also have my APRN hopefully reinstated today or at some point. I Yeah, I think that's all for the opening statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Council?
Yes. Today we are here on the petition of Ms. Sinidra Lee. Ms. Lee is petitioning this board pursuant to her February 13, 2019 final order, wherein that order states that there would be no automatic termination of probation, but that the applicant must petition the board in writing to pursue that petition for removal of conditions on her license. Further, that February 13th, 2019 order also indicated that the APRN privileges to practice that Ms. Lee holds would remain suspended for a minimum of 1 year. And thus today, Ms. Lee is asking this board panel to consider terminating probation of RN licensure, as well as seeking the reinstatement of her APRN privileges.
Thank you, council. Ms. Lee,
Yes.
you may share with the board your argument this morning.
Okay. Let's see. So over the past year, I did have to, I had indirect supervision, and I was in the compliance program. And to my knowledge, I've satisfied all of the requirements that were set forth in my order. I haven't had any issues. It's been a really positive experience so far. My two compliance officers that I had, Marianne, before Charlotte took over, they've been great and great resources. There has been some changes, and we did have a little bit of confusion at some point, just with changing personnel and stuff. But overall, it's been a really, really positive experience, and I just am so thankful to both of them and to the board for allowing me this opportunity and for just seeing me through it, because you didn't have to do that. And I really do appreciate it for you guys just taking, that chance and giving me another chance. I don't really have any documents, because all of my documents that they provided are things that they weren't given to me, just my compliance reports, but they have all been completed in their entirety. See. And as far as the exhibits, I guess council will go through those, and I can, if there's any explanations needed, I can explain at that time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lee. Council, you may proceed.
Okay. Ms. Lee, you are here today seeking termination of probation of your RN license and for reinstatement of APRN privileges. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to walk the board through the history you've had with the Board of Nursing, you did execute a voluntary surrender that was approved by the board on July 25th, 2017. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That surrender, wherein you admitted to inappropriately prescribing as an APRN, that surrender was basically that surrender involved both your RN and APRN privileges. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on or about December 6, 2018, you came before the board panel on a petition to ask that the panel restore your license. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the final order was issued February 13, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And I'm referencing B7, Ms. Lee, if you want to follow the exhibit. In that final order that was issued to you in February 13, 2019, the board reinstated your RN license with conditions and ordered that your APRN privileges remain suspended. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What you were ordered to do based on that February 13th, 2019 order, you were ordered to have a compliance conference with the compliance officer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were additionally asked to complete several educational courses, and you completed the ethics course. Is that correct?
I did.
And the legal aspects of nursing course, you completed that course?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The documentation course, you completed that as well?
I did.
All right. Professionals boundaries course, did you provide successful completion of that course to the board staff?
I did.
And the HIPAA and confidentiality course, did you complete that course and provide successful completion to the board?
I did.
The medication administration course, did you provide successful completion of that course to board staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And actually that is indicated as well in exhibit B10, March 30th, 2019 and February 13th, 2019. It indicates that all courses that you were ordered to take were received by board staff. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you completed and provided successful completion documentation to the board, you were able to have a restricted RN license. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And under and when you were issued an RN license, it was a single state license. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you were ordered to provide notification to present and future employers. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you did that, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were required to practice under indirect supervision. Is that correct?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you did that as well.
Yes.
Okay. You practice within the allotment of 88 hours per week. Excuse me, 88 hours per 2-week period. Did you not?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I know that you petitioned the compliance committee at some point requesting that that be expanded, but the
I
compliance
did.
committee, yeah, and the compliance committee did deny that request. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it is your testimony that you complied with your order by working no more than 88 hours per 2-week period. Is that what we understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Okay. In paragraph 5 of the order, it also states that you had prohibited areas of practice. Private duty,
Yes.
temporary staffing, home visits, temporary assignments in any unsupervised setting, and hospice. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that that you refrained from practicing in those areas?
Yes, ma'am. I only held
Paragraph,
the one job.
yes.
Sorry.
And paragraph 6 and 7 ask that you provide employer reports and quarterly reports to the board.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that, is that correct?
I did.
Okay. You maintained a current license during the longevity of your order, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you are now here, based on this order, seeking termination of the probation and reinstatement of APRN privileges, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, in compliance with your February 2019 order, where were you employed?
At Promise Hospital, it's an LTAC in Vicksburg, Mississippi.
Okay. And how long were you practicing, or how long have you been practicing with Promise?
I started there April 29th of 2019
Okay. And are
to
you
the
currently,
present time.
and you're currently employed there?
I am.
Okay. All right. And that is the facility, as you're testifying, that the employer reports, quarterly reports were received by the board evidencing your nursing practice while there. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm going to look now, Ms. Lee, at Exhibit B8. Just for the record, would you agree with me? This is a patient profile of medications that you have had written and filled on your behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your order, just to be clear, and for the purpose of putting this on the record, your order of February 13, 2019 is non-drug related. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to now look at Exhibit B9. Exhibit B9 is a prescriber profile, Ms. Lee. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And this activity states that the last prescription written by you was February 24th, 2017. Would that be accurate?
That's right.
Okay. So it's your testimony that you have not prescribed any prescriptions, controlled or non-controlled, since the board reinstated your RN license. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Because your surrender was effective July 25th, 2017. And so your testimony is you have not prescribed anything since July 25th, 2017.
That's correct.
Okay. You've not functioned as an APRN otherwise, seeing patients, diagnosing patients. I'm
No,
sorry.
ma'am.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Lee, do you have any prospective employment should the board decide to entertain reinstating your APRN privileges?
I don't at the moment. I can't say I have anything concrete. I'll say that. My current employer, there may be some opportunities there. So that's the first thing that I would, of course, look at. But I have not done anything outside of my current employer.
Okay. Now, with regard to your DEA license, that has lapsed given the surrender, correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever formally surrender that license?
I did.
Okay. And was it around the time that you surrendered your license, your APRN license with us?
It was in April, the same day that they came in and asked me about it. So it was like April, maybe 15th or something like that.
Of the next year
Of
or the previous?
No, of 2017.
Okay. And if the board decides to restore APRN privileges, would seeking reinstatement of your DEA license be something that you would be pursuing?
I'm not sure. I've thought about that a lot, and I know a lot of responsibility does come with it. But I would prefer to find a job where I don't necessarily have to have that.
And you would agree with me that you were licensed as an RN in 2010, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
2014, you obtained an APRN privileges through having national certification to practice as an APRN, correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so is it safe to say you only had about 3 years of practice as an APRN before you surrendered those privileges?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And again, if the board should decide to entertain reinstating those privileges, would you be willing to do anything the board ordered you to do with regard to remediating APR in practice?
Yes, of course.
Okay. If that involved educational courses, would you be willing to do that?
Absolutely.
If they wanted to impose any indirect or direct supervision on your practice as an APRN, would you be willing to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And do you feel that you are ready at this point in time to have APRN privileges restored to you?
I do. I do. I
Okay.
feel like I'm ready.
And can you give the board a justification of why that might be?
Just the past year, I have just grown so much. My clinical skills, everything has really grown a lot since I've been in the role that I am now. The experience that I've gotten at this LTAC has really been something that I didn't expect, honestly, because I've never worked in the setting before. There was a lot that was new to me, but I do believe that it's really prepared me to get back out there and practice, just because of all the disease processes that I've been able to see, and the things that I've been able to do, from wound care to just ventilators. I mean, everything that I've been able to experience there has really prepared me to get back out there.
And what you mentioned it, but what specifically promise? Do you have a job description? Is it just a general RN? Or are you hired to do a certain area of practice?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Can you hear me?
It was kind of breaking up the
I just wanted
barely.
you
It's
to
just
tell
like
the. Is that better? Can you hear me? Because
no,
we're able to hear you.
no, ma'am. Maybe I should come back in or something.
You can try that because you're coming through loud and clear.
Oh, okay. I just can't hear.
You can't hear me? Is it breaking up?
Okay. Let me see if I can. Yeah, it's breaking up, and it's really like a buzzy noise every time you speak.
Okay. Are you on Bluetooth? Are you on Bluetooth?
No, I'm connected through CarPlay.
Okay.
No, it's connected through I have a wire. It's not on Bluetooth. Let me just see if I can just take this off. Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's better.
Okay. Sorry. No, I was just wanting you to tell the panel, what your duties were and what you were hired to do with the hospital in Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay. I just mentioned as a regular staff nurse there. That's all.
Okay. Okay. All right.
There's just a really diverse population. Kind of get everything. So.
Ms. Lee, is there anything else that you'd like to share with the board today?
No, I'm just happy for the opportunity. Honestly, in life, you very rarely get second chances, and I was provided one, and I'm really appreciative for it. Because being a nurse is it's more than a career. It's your life, and when you go through something like this, you lose friends, you lose colleagues, you lose a lot of things. And to have you guys have faith enough in me to restore those privileges, you gave me a big part of my life.
And Ms. Lee, I know, forgive me, there's one or two more questions, just for the record. I know we've talked about surrender of your APRN privileges. You did that in July of 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
But I must ask you, can you appreciate the violation that occurred when you admitted to writing prescriptions for relatives, family friend, and
Yes.
boyfriend?
Yes.
And I'm asking, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go. You can finish. I'm sorry.
Well, I guess the follow-up question for me to you, given that admission, is how can you reassure the board that should they restore your APRN privileges, that you won't exhibit this behavior again?
It only takes one time. Honestly, it takes one time to go through something like that. And, there was no reason that I did that. There was no other reason other than I made a huge mistake. And I just, a very, very regrettable mistake. And it's something that I don't feel was in my character. I have prided myself on being so much better than that. And it's literally torn me to pieces just because I know that beyond letting the profession down and letting the board down and letting the public down, I let myself down. And you can be assured that I would never, ever take any liberties with those privileges if given the opportunity again.
So if a family friend or relative called you up and said, hey, Sanidra, I am sick and I need a Z-Pack, or I need a prescription to help me through the pain, what would you tell them?
Trust Care is open, and I'll give them the hours. I don't feel bad at all anymore.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. No further questions.
Thank you.
Do any board members have questions for Ms. Lee? All right, thank you. Do you have anything further, counsel?
State has nothing further.
Ms. Lee, at this time, if you have a closing statement, you can make it to the board.
Okay. Just thank you guys again for hearing me. Thank you for being here. This has truly been, it's been a journey. It's one that I never intended to go on, but it's a journey that I'm glad that this happened, because it humbled me so much, and it made me realize that nursing is, it's a job. It is, but it's more than that. You have to be, you really do have to be called to do it. And I know that this is where I'm supposed to be, and I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I love nursing, and I love the feeling that I get from it. There's nothing that compares. And I just want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity again. And I do hope you see the sincerity in me. And know that I'm going to do the right thing when given the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Council.
Yes, today the board panel is to consider the petition of Ms. Sinidra Lee. Ms. Lee is asking this board panel to terminate probation on her RN license and to reinstate APRN privileges. Ms. Lee has been compliant with the order pursuant to the evidence admitted today, as well as the testimony of Ms. Lee. And the board panel should consider all testimony and evidence today in light of the burden she carries, and to keep in mind that Ms. Lee was to prove to this board that she's fit and competent to practice as an APRN.
Thank you, council. At this time, I entertain a motion for closed determination for us to board to enter executive session.
I make a motion, we go into closed determination to determine that the executive session is in order.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Those in favor, please signify by stating your name and indicating aye.
Teresa Sanford, aye.
TJ Adams, aye.
Motion carries. Is there a motion to enter executive session?
I make a motion, we go into executive session.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Those in favor, please signify by saying your name and indicating aye.
Teresa Stanford, aye.
TJ Adams, aye.
Motion carries. The board is now in executive session. Ready? All right, we're back on the record. I will entertain a motion to return to regular session.
I make a motion, we go into regular session.
I second it.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Those in favor, please signify by stating your name and indicating aye.
Brandy Taylor, aye.
Teresa Stanford, aye.
Mr. Adams, are you there?
TJ Adams, aye. TJ Adams, aye.
Thank you. The motion carries. We are back in regular session. In the matter regarding license number R885414, Sinedra Lee, the board renders as follows. Reinstated non-drug related stipulations. The licensee is to complete a compliance affidavit, select a primary physician, be subject to a fine of $500, which must be received in the board's office on or before 180 calendar days. Licensee is also subject to 24 months of drug testing with no application for DEA for 24 months. A written copy of this order will be forwarded to the licensee. That concludes our hearing on this matter. Ms. Lee, you are excused.
He's on mute.
She's on mute. Ms. Lee, did you get all that?
Yes, I had a question about just my regular RN license. Was it addressed?
Termination of probation, was it?
Yeah, that's terminated except for the stipulations in this one.
Okay. I think that's what she's asking.
Yes, the probation from that is canceled. And then the probationary period of the 24 months of drug screening and no DEA application will go from here forward.
Is this for if I work as an APRN, or what is this for?
Miss Lee, you
So confused.
petitioned the board, right, to terminate your
Yeah.
probation of RN and then request that your APRN privileges be reinstated, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so what the board is telling you is that there will be an order, a written order that will terminate your probation on your RN license, and
Okay.
your APRN privileges will be restored with certain conditions that you must comply with.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Got
and
it.
that's a 24-month period, and the order will provide those conditions, and you will receive that in a couple of weeks.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Is there anything else? Mr. Wiggins?
I think that covers everything.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, you're excused.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Were we able to get in? Okay, we back on? All right, the next matter before the board, license number R 890783, Crystal Carpenter. Counsel?
Yes. Counsel from the state, as well as counsel from Ms. Carpenter, Mr. Douglas Mercier, have entered into an agreed settlement proposal for consideration by this panel in lieu of a formal disciplinary hearing. And I have that here executed, to present to the panel for your consideration.
All right, thank you, counsel.
May we go off the record?
Please. All right. The next matter before the board, license number 879342, Kimberly Evans. Is the licensee present?
Yes,
Please state your name.
Kimberly Evans.
Are you represented by counsel, Ms.
No.
Evans? Do you understand you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Yes,
You also understand you have the right to present witnesses on your behalf?
yes,
Further understand you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you.
yes, sir.
Further understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf.
Yes,
Thank you, Ms. Evans. These proceedings will move forward as follows. We will deal with any preliminary matters, then deal with opening statements, the case against the licensee. We will allow for witnesses to be examined via direct examination, cross-examination, redirect if necessary, and also, of course, board members will be entitled to question the licensee and any witnesses as well. At the conclusion of both sides, we'll have closing statements that will be allowed. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law and will render its decision in the matter, a copy of which will be sent to the applicant via mail. I ask that any witnesses that will testify during this hearing be sworn in at this time.
The state would have Ms. Vera Rucker.
Ms. Evans, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. For the record, there is a quorum present. I will note that the hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in an executive session. Do we have any further preliminary matters, council?
At this time, the state would ask that exhibits B1 through B12 be admitted into evidence.
Ms. Evans, do you have any objection?
No.
Thank you. They will be admitted. Anything further, council?
No, sir.
Ms. Evans, at this time, we will begin with opening statements. You have one. You may proceed.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Evans. I thank you for hearing my case this afternoon. I'm here to petition the board for restoration of my license without probation or stipulations. I have submitted all the documents that was required by my final order. I guess, is this where I plead my case?
We'll get to that. If you just have anything preliminary you'd like to share with us, just do that at this time.
And no, sir, that would be it right now.
All right, thank you, Ms. Evans. Council?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Evans is correct in that today she is here before the board petitioning for termination of probation that has been placed on her nursing license. That probation is in fact found in exhibits B8 and B9. In exhibit B9, looking at page 8 of 9, the final order reads at the bottom, it is further ordered that there shall be no automatic termination of restrictions after the end of the probation period. At the end of the period, the respondent may petition the board in writing for termination of probation. And that is simply why we're here today, is Ms. Evans wishes to be removed from probation. She found herself with this board initially as a result of a May 23rd, 2017 final order, wherein she was found to have tested positive for alcohol while working at Singing River Hospital. As a result of those facts, that final order imposed a fine, a formal reprimand, educational courses, and a chemical dependency evaluation. Ms. Evans completed that evaluation. The evaluation found that she had alcohol use disorder, moderate and full sustained remission, and it recommended a period of drug screening. So pursuant to that addendum, 12 months of drug screening were attached as part of her requirement. Some 3 months later, approximately May 3rd, 2018, Ms. Evans had a positive PET test for alcohol. As a result of that, she had another hearing before this board. She in fact testified that she had drank a couple glasses of wine, resulting in the positive PET test. A final order was produced pursuant to that hearing, essentially restarting those 12 months restrictions wherein she would have to drug test. It further ordered that she must do a psychological evaluation. That is the last order that has been issued by this board, and that is the order for which Ms. Evans must be judged for her compliance against. I ask that the board consider all evidence that is admitted today in making a decision that is in line with the interest of the protection of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Evans, you may proceed with your case.
Okay. I guess I just want to start. I've been in the nursing profession since 1992. I started as an LPN. I did that for 8 years and then obtained my associate degree back in 2000. Nursing has been my life. It's my passion. I've had a lot of great, wonderful experiences. Unfortunately, a few years back, I struggled with a lot of losses and grief. And unfortunately, my coping mechanisms weren't very good. I did turn to alcohol, which I was in complete denial of, actually. I thought drinking when I wasn't working was okay, and it wasn't. So when this final order, was it November of 18, was issued, I came to reality, basically. It's been an amazing past year and a half. I have attended AA meetings regularly, have an amazing support from there. Again, I've always had a good family support. I have attended the courses I was supposed to, IOP, counseling. That has all helped me deal with my grief. Last June as well, I decided to go back to school. I started my bachelor's degree, which I will be completing here in 5 weeks, which I'm very excited about, and hoping to return back to school in January to continue on. I really don't know what else to say, except that, you know, I got lost at that point in my life and needed redirection, which I got. I have grown mentally, emotionally, and most importantly to me, spiritually. Again, nursing is my passion. My patients are the most important things to me. People, I could not imagine doing anything else but nursing. And I just hope you can see that I have done what I'm supposed to do. I will continue to do what I'm doing, and reach out if I ever have any problems in life that I'm unable to deal with. I have a counselor that I can turn to, family, numerous friends. So I feel very well supported and doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Evans?
Thank you. So Ms. Evans, as I stated earlier, this all started in 2017, wherein you tested positive for alcohol working at Singing River. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And so a board order was entered requiring you to take some educational courses, a chemical dependency evaluation. What was the result of that evaluation back in 2017?
In 2017, so that was required that I go to IOP and get counseling, if I remember correctly.
Okay, and did it provide a diagnosis?
Alcoholism.
Okay. One moment. Ms. Evans, you said that that assessment required that you go to IOP in 2017?
Oh, the prior one. Okay, I'm sorry, sir. No, that was, so the 2018
Okay.
is the one that required.
Okay, so in fact, you went to an evaluation, you were diagnosed as alcohol use disorder moderate and full sustained remission in 2017, July 2017. And
Yes.
due to that, you executed an addendum to your final order, which required 12 months of drug screening. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that addendum would be found in Exhibit B8. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And so subsequent to that addendum executed February 2018, you had a positive test, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what was it positive for?
Alcohol.
That's your drug of choice, right?
Yes, sir.
And what was your explanation for that positive screen?
I'll be honest with you, I had a lot of excuses at that time.
What's your excuse today?
Today, I have discovered that I had a problem with drinking. I was using it to cope, and I needed to not drink anymore.
Okay. And you then attended a hearing in July 2018 regarding this positive screen. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the final order was produced approximately November 2018, and that order will be found in Exhibit B9. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And did it essentially restart your 12 months of drug testing?
Yes, sir.
And in that final order, it also required a psychiatric evaluation, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you submit to that psychiatric evaluation?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And was that approximately January 31st, 2019 and February 18th, 2019?
Yeah, it was somewhere around there.
Okay. And wasn't it in fact a result of that psychiatric evaluation that it was recommended you attend outpatient treatment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you attend outpatient treatment?
I did.
And where did you attend outpatient treatment?
At Crossroads Recovery Center in Gulfport.
Okay. And so you attended Crossroads approximately June 11, 2019, but something happened in between that final order of November 2018 and your psychological evaluation, correct?
Something happened.
Something happened.
The positive test?
Positive test.
Yes, sir. And I did explain to Ms. Wynn that I had been drinking prior to when that started, and I was concerned about that PEth test because I was drinking on my days off excessively.
Excessively on your days off. When did that begin?
I had been doing that for some time. As I said, I had been in denial of that.
So even perhaps during the hearing, July 2018, you were still using alcohol.
Yes.
So what would you define as a sobriety date for you, Ms.
It is
Evans?
December 17th of 2018.
So it's your testimony today that the positive PEth test, as can be found in Exhibit B10, occurred on January the 8th, 2019 as a result of your alcohol consumption that occurred prior to last ending December 17th, 2018.
Yes, sir.
And so it was not long thereafter that you submitted to the psychological evaluation, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you inform the psychological evaluators of your recent continued drinking behavior?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Prior to December 17th, yes, sir.
You informed them that you were still drinking up until December 17th. You informed the psychological team of that.
Yes, intermittently I was, yes.
One moment. Thank you. Ms. Evans, was there a report completed as a result of your psychological evaluation?
The report I received was the results of it, that to attend that IOP.
So you have not seen
And receive counseling.
have you seen the 15-page report from Southern Behavioral Medicine Associates?
Not a 15-page report, no, sir.
And even if I told you, Ms. Evans, that there's no mention of a positive PEth screen occurring January 8th, 2019, you would still say that you informed the assessors of that behavior.
I believe I did, honestly. Because I knew I was positive. As I explained, I knew I had been drinking prior to. When I explained to Ms. Swin when the order started, I believed I was going to be positive for that initial test.
As a result of this evaluation, it was recommended you attend intensive outpatient treatment.
Yes, sir.
And you testified you attended at Crossroads.
Correct.
And how long were you at Crossroads?
3 months.
3 months. And did you complete their program?
I did.
And were there other recommendations that were provided from the psychological evaluation other than IOP?
To continue any aftercare treatment recommended from the program. And then the program, Ms. Blackwell, I had sent to her, or they had sent to her, that as I was continuing to get counseling for my grief process, and I was well established with my AA community to continue on with that.
Okay, and I think we jumped ahead a little bit. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think you're referring to the Crossroads recommendations. So I was actually still referring to the psychological evaluation that was performed, of which one recommendation was to attend IOP. Was there any other recommendation from that psychological evaluation?
I know there was for an addictionologist to manage any medications, but I'm not on any medications to manage. The only medication I take is thyroid medicine. I had been trazodone for several years to help me sleep, and I had quit taking that because I no longer needed it. So I had spoke via emails with Ms. Blackwell regarding that, but there were no medications to manage, and I was, receiving the counseling for the other processes.
And so you would agree then in examining Exhibit B12, the prescription monitoring profile, your last prescription for a controlled substance would have been in 2018?
For controlled substance, I don't remember. The last time I had trazodone, which is not a controlled substance, was about September. I think the last refill was September of 2018.
Would you agree that
2019, I apologize.
Okay, let's be clear on that.
Yes.
When in 2019 did you have trazodone?
I think the last time I had that refilled was in September of 2019. So at that point, after I completed IOP and was trying to work through the process of what was requested of me, I was communicating the fact that I was stopping that medication and wasn't going to be on any medications to manage because I was just taking the trazodone as needed and had decided it was not needed. And I have not been on any antidepressants or anything like that.
Do you understand trazodone to be a controlled substance or not to be a controlled substance?
Not to be a controlled substance.
In examining the prescription monitoring profile in Exhibit B12, would it be fair to say the last prescription appearing on this report is shown as filled October 2018?
October 2018 of, I'm not sure what that would even be at
I
this
would refer you to Exhibit B12.
I apologize. I did not print those 90-something pages out.
Okay. I would ask that the board take notice, Exhibit B12, it is identified, the last entry is October 2018 for controlled substance for Ms. Evans.
So noted.
Thank you. And so, Ms. Evans, you started to go into the recommendations you received from Crossroads. What were those?
To continue with the AA meetings and my counseling.
Okay, and what kind of counseling were we talking about? Drug counseling, individual counseling,
Grief counseling.
grief counseling? And did you complete that grief counseling?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, who was your grief counselor?
Oh, I don't have her name right here.
Would it be Amy Wilkinson?
Yes.
Okay, and you completed approximately 5 sessions with her?
We did 3 months. Yeah.
In fact, she terminated your continued attendance due to completion of objectives. Is that accurate?
Correct. And what we discussed in there is that I was established, so when and if I had any issues, I would be able to make an appointment and come back in to talk about any, future problems that I had.
All right, so Ms. Evans, let's bring it all together. You've had quite the journey with this board. You've had 3 board orders.
Yes,
You've
sir.
had recommendations from one chemical dependency assessor to a psychological assessor to recommendations from Crossroads. And have you complied throughout this journey with all of these recommendations?
Yes.
Have you complied with the board order in every way during this journey,
Yes, sir.
except for your drug screens?
Well, the one positive in the beginning. Yes, sir.
Just one positive? May 2018, 2 positives, right? Again in January 2019.
I mean, since the final order started at the end of 2019.
The final order was entered November 20th, 2018.
I'm sorry, I'm getting the years. So at the end of December 18th is when I started my call-ins.
And so the final order was in place. You submitted to a drug screen and it was positive.
I had the one positive after that. And
Okay,
which I explained to Miss Wynn, I had a feel, I knew it was more than likely going to be positive.
And did you suffer any negative repercussions from the board for that?
No, sir.
You've been allowed to continue
Yes,
in
sir.
your monitoring, even though you've had a positive screen for alcohol with the diagnosis of alcohol use disorder. And so do you believe then that you should be entitled to be removed from stipulations, Ms. Evans, given that within, say, 18 months ago, as recent as 18 months ago, you had a positive screen for your drug of choice, alcohol?
Yes, sir, I do. Because as I explained, I was in complete denial until I took this seriously. December 17th was my last drink of alcohol. I had been drinking excessively on my days off. I explained to Miss Wynn, I had a feeling that PEth test would be positive. I knew thereafter it would not be. I have not touched a drop of anything. I have had no desire. I have healed. I continue to heal. I feel I have done very well. I have met everything. I do not take any medications that are unnecessary. I have completed IOP. I have successfully did that while doing 3 AA meetings a week, while going to school and working. I am healthy. I am doing very well. I just wish I could have taken you all along that journey from that date to see how good my life has been and how much I have achieved and how spiritually well I am. This means nothing more to me. I mean, it means absolutely everything. I have submitted at one point to, I believe it was 6 tests in 4 weeks. I have never even fretted going for a test. There's no question in my mind of my sobriety at this moment. I know every day.
At this moment, but as you know from your experience, you certainly cannot predict the future. And what can you offer this board, or rather, let me rephrase. How can this board be confident with only 18 months under your belt of sobriety, early remission, without supervision, without continued drug screening? How can they be confident you're no longer a danger to the public? Why not 5 years?
Okay, well, I mean, that's very fair. And I mean, if that's what's deemed necessary, that would be fine. I will do whatever I have to do. My nursing license is that important to me, and it does not faze me to call in every day, to go for tests. If that's what it takes, that's okay. But I have obtained the support I need and the coping mechanisms. Alcoholism, it is a struggle. And I was in denial. That's why it has been such a mess that whole entire time, because I was in denial. But I'm not. I know I cannot drink again. I know that. And I surround myself.
What was the single greatest catalyst of change in between that last positive screen and your sobriety today?
I knew I would not be given another chance with my career. That was just part of it. My son turned to me, my older son, and told me that if I didn't get well, I wouldn't be able to be around my grandchildren.
And so just to be clear, Ms. Evans, if this board today were to wish to continue to monitor you through drug screening, you would be willing to submit to that in order to keep your license?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
One moment. No further questions.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Evans, do you have anything further you'd like to share with the board?
No, sir.
Counsel, you may call your witness.
I call Vera Rucker. Please state your name for the record.
Vera Rucker,
In what capacity are you here today?
compliance officer.
And are you assigned to the case presently before the board, Kimberly Evans?
I am.
And what does that mean, Ms. Rucker, for you to be a compliance officer assigned to the case of Kimberly Evans?
When Ms. Blackwell left, I took over Ms. Evans' case to make sure that she was still submitting reports and drug screening.
So you are the person that monitors on the board's behalf that she is complying with the final orders that have been entered regarding her license. And as you just stated, you received this case transferred from a previous employee of the board?
Correct.
Okay. And how long have you been assigned to this case, Ms. Rucker?
About a week.
About a week. However, in that week's time, have you familiarized yourself with this case?
I have.
Are you now knowledgeable of the history of this case?
I am.
Okay. Would you please then describe for the board the degree of compliance of Ms. Evans with her most recent order, Exhibit B9?
Based on a review of the compliance summary and Ms. Evans' file, I read the notes that originally by the original compliance officer, Ms. Nguyen. And it was noted during the compliance conference on January 2nd that she informed Ms. Evans that the test was positive and that she did a MRO, which is a medical review by the Spectrum medical officer, and it was done on that positive test from December, and that result was positive for alcohol. And it was positive, consisted of what Miss Evans informed the doctor of her drinking habit at that time when that test was administered. Reviewing this, Ms. Nguyen decided not to issue an affidavit of noncompliance against Ms. Evans because she had not signed a compliance affidavit at that point.
What recommendations, or what was the degree of compliance with the recommendations, other recommendations in the order, Ms. Rucker?
It submit to a psychological evaluation and had that report submitted to Ms. Nguyen. And Ms. Nguyen went over the report, notated the recommendations of the assessor. Also noted this assessor diagnosis her as having an alcohol abuse disorder, severe but in early remission, having major depressive disorder, moderate but recurrent, and unspecified anxiety disorder.
Based on your review, she complied
She
with
did.
the recommendations?
She did comply with the recommendations going, beginning outpatient treatment, but she started it a little, she didn't start it immediately. I believe she started in June and did a 10 weeks course. And she did successfully complete that.
Okay, so other than the positive PEP test, January 8th, 2019, what other instances of non-compliance were there?
There was a dilute specimen in March of 2019. Which is March 2nd, 2019. It was dilute.
What exhibit can the board refer to find this result, Ms. Rucker?
B10. And that will be on page 24.
Any other instances of non-compliance by Ms. Evans to your knowledge with that 11/20/2018 final order?
I don't believe so because I see where she saw a psychologist. She mentioned going to see an addictionologist, but then emailed Ms. Blackwell that she was not taking the medication anymore for trazodone.
And when you're referring to notes by, well, first, who is Ms. Blackwell? You mentioned Ms. Nguyen. Who is Ms. Blackwell?
Ms. Blackwell took over the case. She was the compliance nurse who took over the case in September of 2009.
So you mean to tell me Ms. Evans has had 3 compliance officers?
Yes,
Okay. And you are the final compliance officer.
I am.
Okay. And you have thoroughly reviewed the notes today. Where can those notes from the compliance officers be found?
In the compliance summary on B11.
B11. Thank you. So just to be clear, Ms. Ruckers, your testimony that the only instances of non-compliance with the November 20th, 2018 final order that you found were the January 8th, 2019 positive PEP test, and then a dilute specimen from March 2nd, 2019.
Correct.
No further questions.
Ms. Evans, do you have any questions for Ms. Rucker?
I don't have any questions, no.
Do any of the board members have questions for Ms. Rucker? Thank you. Anything further, council?
Nothing further.
Ms. Evans,
Yes, sir.
if you would like to make a closing statement at this time, you may do so.
I would, please.
One moment, please. We have a question for you from a board member.
I do. Have you been going regularly to AA meetings?
Well, yes, I have up until the pandemic as far as going, in person to attend meetings, but I have meetings up until actually yesterday that I do online.
You have a record of those?
I have a record of all of them. I actually sent in June's to Miss Blackwell, who I thought was my compliance officer. I sent those and I have all of them up until yesterday.
Okay, that's all I have.
Any further questions from the board? Ms. Evans, you may proceed with your closing statement.
Okay, I guess as one of my concerns is, I know Miss Swin had left, and I have been in complete contact with my compliance officers along the way. I have saved all my emails. There are several actual emails which weren't in those records. I know some of them were, and maybe not all were pertinent, but I have been in complete contact the whole way. I did not realize I had a new compliance officer. I feel like kind of, the connection is missed here a little bit because of the relationship I had tried to keep to make sure I was doing everything correctly since when I decided to take this seriously. And so I kind of feel a little lost in that sense, but whatever the case may be, I am here today. I feel I have completed everything. I'm going to continue on my journey, whether it's required of me or not. I do appreciate you hearing me today, and I will just wait to hear.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Council.
Bit of a unique situation with Ms. Evans. Board does not deny Ms. Evans' contact with compliance officers. That's really not the issue. It is my opinion that Ms. Evans has done a fine job in complying with the recommendations of the multiple assessors and multiple final orders. But the issue beyond that is the positive screens. Now, she answered for the positive screen in 2018, but she did have another positive screen in 2019. Ms. Evans has submitted negative drug screens in compliance with her order, 12 months worth. She has completed grief counseling. She completed IOP. She has attended AA, NA meetings. But with the sobriety date of December 17th, 2018, is that a long enough time to allow Ms. Evans to re-enter the nursing workforce without any monitoring? I ask that the board consider if you have question or concern regarding Ms. Evans and her sustained sobriety, as we have not yet seen that, then continued drug screening would be appropriate. It would appear that other recommendations have been met. But it has been the standard of this board, the custom of this board, to adopt the recognized gold standard of 60 months of monitoring when someone has an addictive disease. 60 months, 5 years of time to monitor, to ensure sobriety. We don't have that time. Now, we have evidence of compliance with an order, but we have got an eyesore there in a January 8, 2019 positive drug screen. So I yield to the board's discretion into what the proper course of action here today is. I just ask that you make a decision that is in line with the protection of the public and with consideration to all evidence duly admitted into the record today. Thank you.
Counsel, I have a question.
Yes.
How many months worth of monitoring has Ms. Evans been subject to?
From the record, it appears that she was initially placed under monitoring in 2017 and not subject to drug screens until 2018, where she, I believe, began drug screening in April 2000. One moment, so that I may answer that question accurately. Yep, it does appear to be April 2018 that she began drug testing with this board. Had a positive screen May 2018. So she was monitored for approximately a month before having another board hearing in July of 2018. Final order was entered November 2018. According to her testimony today and to the record of the final order being entered, she began being monitored again in December of 2018. Approximately 1 month, if that, into that monitoring, she had a positive screen. And then subsequent to that, she has continued to be monitored until today, where she has even checked in, it appears from the record today, that she has continued to be monitoring. So I would submit to you, Mr. Wiggins, that it looks to be an approximate period of perhaps 21 months. Does that sound accurate? 1 month in 2018 at the beginning, another month at the end of 2018, and then from all of 2019 to present.
Thank you, counsel. Any further questions from members of the board? All right, thank you. At this time, I entertain a motion to enter closed determination regarding executive session.
I make a motion, we go into closed determination to see if executive session is.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Those in favor, please signify by stating your name and indicating aye.
Sandra Culpepper, aye.
Teresa Stanford, aye.
TJ Adams, aye.
Motion is approved. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to enter executive session.
Make a motion, we go into executive session.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Those in favor, please signify by stating your name and indicating aye.
Sandra Culpepper, aye.
Teresa Stanford, aye.
TJ Adams, aye.
Okay, the board is now in executive session to consider matters regarding license number R890783 and R879342.
Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3. This is Paul Block for my 1:30 hearing.
Hello, Mr. Block, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Well, the board is in executive session now, completing another case. So hang tight. We are running over schedule, but you're welcome to stay on until the board comes back from executive session.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Hi, Kimberly and Paul. I just wanted to report that we are still waiting. So they are still deliberating, but thank you all for holding. I'm not sure how much longer. We're not allowed in there as staff, so. But Ms. Culpepper did just come out, say that they are still deliberating.
Thank you.
Get some water, take a walk around the house, get some sunshine.
Okay.
I'll definitely, what I can do is get your number. If either one of y'all want me to just send a quick text when they get ready to come out, or will you just leave it on? Whatever works best for you, because it's a lot just sitting there.
I'll leave mine on. I'll just step away for a second. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and leave mine on also, ma'am. Thank you.
Fantastic. And Paul, you can, yep, you got it. I was gonna say you can mute, but I saw you got it.
Yes, ma'am.
No, either one of us. Exactly. Take advantage of this time.
Like your shoes.
Oh, thank you. So I wanted these. I've had these for a while. As you can see, they were red bottoms. But I need to find like a place that I really do them, because I need that.
Yeah, it was a place back at home.
I haven't found a place here at all. But my mom and dad actually picked these out for me for my birthday like 2 or 3 years ago.
I got black suede pair with that and my red bottoms.
And I'm telling you, I have worn the heck out of these shoes. But I don't know. I mean, you can't even see them anyway, but can't show the two angles. But yeah.
No, me.
I think we're dismissing the staff at 1. And then we're doing a new migration, BPM migration, a whole new system throughout the state. And the BPN is the access you have when you're at home, to be able to work in the systems that we have up here. So the state is changing us over to be able to do that. So over.
Well, where did everybody else go? Thank you very much for doing that for me. I can't say thank you enough.
Because, waiting on charge.
Man, how long have we been? Well, what it is we kept getting, they kept calling another one. And finally, we just told them, we're gonna come out here and do this. If we what? Yeah. Uh-huh. Are we on mute?
unmuted.
We are back on the record. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. At this moment, I would entertain a motion to return to regular session.
I make a motion, we go back into regular session.
Second it.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Those in favor, please signify by stating your name and indicating aye.
Sandra Culpepper, aye.
Teresa Sanford, aye.
Mr. Adams?
TJ Adams, aye.
Thank you, sir. The motion carries. We are back in regular session. The board considered the following matters. License number R 879-342, Kimberly Evans. Reinstatement is denied. Chemical dependency evaluation is ordered. The board was not satisfied that compliance with the November 2018 order, that those conditions were met. The licensee shall receive a copy of the written order in the mail. The board also considered license number R 871-401, Jeanette Parker. An agreed settlement proposal has been accepted to include a fine, formal reprimand, educational courses, chemical dependency evaluation, as well as 60 months probation. Ms. Parker, Ms. Evans, if you are present, you are excused.
Well, are we?
Counsel. Next matter.
Paul Block. Could you grab my file also? It's on where I was sitting, I believe.
Are we waiting on Crystal Carpenter?
No, because there's more since then.
Yes, so,
Can we go off for a moment? The next matter before the board, license number R 893398, Paul Block. Is the licensee present?
Yes, sir. This is Paul Block.
Thank you, Mr. Block. Are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
Do you understand you have the right to be represented by an attorney?
Yes, sir.
You also understand you have the right to present witnesses and evidence on your behalf?
Yes, sir.
Further understand you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses who may testify against you.
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you understand you have the right to have subpoenas issued by the board on your behalf?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, sir. The hearing will proceed as follows. We will deal with any preliminary matters, have opening statements. Then the case against the licensee will proceed. The applicant will be allowed to cross-examine any witnesses. We will begin with direct examination, cross-examination, redirect if necessary, and also allow members of the board to question any witnesses. At the conclusion of both sides, closing statements will be allowed. The board will make findings of fact and conclusions of law that will render its decision in the matter, a written copy of which will be forwarded to the licensee. If there are any witnesses, I ask that they be sworn in at this time.
None for the state. Mr. Block, do you have any witnesses that you want to testify on your behalf?
No, sir, I do not.
Mr. Block, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in, please, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Block. For the record, I will note that a quorum is present. These hearings are open to the public. The board may deliberate and make its decision in executive session. Do we have any preliminary matters, counsel?
The admission of exhibits, as the state would move that exhibits B1 through B8 be admitted into evidence.
Mr. Block, do you have any objection?
No objection.
They are admitted. At this time, Mr. Block, if you have an opening statement, you may make it.
I would just like to thank the board and all present for the opportunity to present my case. It's been a long 2.5 years for me, and I'm eager to get back into my nursing career. I've missed it terribly, and just wanted to say again, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Block. Counsel?
Yes, Mr. Block surrendered his nursing license approximately October 10th, 2017, in response to administering fentanyl to himself and testing positive on a drug screen for fentanyl. He today carries the burden to show why his license should be restored, to show why he is safe to return to the practice of nursing. And I simply ask that the board consider all evidence that is duly admitted today and make a decision that is in the best interest of protection of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Block, you may proceed with your case.
I wanted to start with, I started attending inpatient rehab in June of 2017. Prior to my license surrender, I wanted to be proactive in trying to retain my license. I completed my 30-day inpatient rehab along with continuing care in July of that year, 2017. I've attended meetings since March of 2017, 12-step meetings, Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous. I've continued to speak to my counselors at Crossroads Recovery Center in Gulfport. I chose that because they were acknowledged by the State Board of Nursing. They were the only one on the coast that was acknowledged by the State Board of Nursing at that time. In my binder, I have 2 separate letters from Victoria Ellis demonstrating my cooperation with the program. I also, upon release from the program in July, I started working at the United States Postal Service as a letter carrier in October of 2017. And I've been employed there to the present time today. I've had 0 incidents at work. I don't have any write-ups in my file. I haven't missed any work. I believe I missed 2 days in 2.5 years for sick. My community service, I spend time at the church as an usher. I donate my time to my kids' high school sports, working in the concession stand and any matters that they may need at the high school. I also coach our youngest 2 children's recreational teams. I've coached soccer, basketball, and baseball, and also flag football. I've been asked recently by a medical colleague of mine to help coach this upcoming season for Ocean Springs Recreational League. So I'm looking forward to that. I also included in my binder some clinical reviews that I had while I was in school, demonstrating my work ethic. Also included 2 different testimonies from 2 different doctors. One, Dr. Conrad Anderson, he's a licensed clinical social worker, and one from Dr. Hansen. I wasn't sure if they were able to be reviewed by the board. I'm eager to get back to work. This has been a very long 2.5 years. My family's been very supportive. My friends have been supportive. My kids have been supportive. My coworkers at the post office have been supportive. They're aware of the situation. They're aware of the severity. I've been extremely humbled and extremely remorseful for the actions that I've taken. And I do apologize for being negligent in that way, but in no means would I ever hurt anyone. I've been in healthcare, a licensed healthcare professional since I was 22 years old as a respiratory therapist in Florida. When I moved here to Mississippi in 2005 as a respiratory therapist, I went back to nursing school at William Carey and received my bachelor's in nursing. I've been doing healthcare. At that time, it was 17 years. And before that, I was a lifeguard at the age of 15. So I've always been in public service, wanting to help people. So I hope that's taken into account also on my behalf. I've had 0 incidences before October of 2017 when my license was surrendered. Both my respiratory license are in good standing with the state of Mississippi and the state of Florida. And if anyone has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
Right, thank you, Mr. Block. Council, do you have questions for Mr. Block?
Thank you. Mr. Block, what was the reason you surrendered your nursing license?
I had administered a fentanyl patch to myself prior to traveling to Florida to see my grandfather.
Why'd you do that?
I had issues with some back pain in the past, and I wasn't sure I wanted to take pills. So I had a physician write a Duragesic patch for me for the travel down to Port St. Lucie, Florida.
You're saying there was a legitimate prescription for that patch?
Yes, sir. I have a prescription for it. Yes, sir.
Yet you signed a voluntary surrender as indicated in Exhibit B6 that between March 10th and March 11th, you administered a fentanyl patch to yourself except as legally directed.
Right. I had the prescription. I just didn't have it filled yet.
Oh. Okay. So you had in fact gotten the fentanyl patch from where?
From my house. It was an old patch, and I assumed that since I had a prescription for the same drug, I placed it on myself 3 days before a clinical rotation. I took it off within hours because I felt ill, and it was expired, so I didn't even think it was going to work.
Where'd the patch come from?
My house. We had bought an old house, and we had found some old first aid stuff and old medicine that had been sealed, like the patch was sealed but expired.
So it did not come from your place of employment.
Oh, no, sir.
That's a new one. Fentanyl patches being left around a house. But you recognized what that was through your beginning training, through your training as an RN and through your beginning training as a CRNA, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you administered that to yourself prior to having a prescription filled legitimately.
Yes, I had the prescription at the pharmacy. I just had not picked it up yet, sir.
And what is wrong with that scenario, Mr. Block?
That I was negligent in administering myself that medication.
And in fact, you submitted to a reasonable suspicion drug screen. Is that correct at your employer?
Yes, sir. It was at my clinical site.
What was the reason for that suspicion?
I wasn't told of the reason, sir. I was just told to go take the drug test.
Okay, and you tested positive, is that correct, for fentanyl and norfentanyl?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so at that time, you had also not picked up the prescription.
No, sir.
And so do you have a problem with drug addiction, Mr. Block?
I do not, sir.
This was a
Made a
one-time
ter-
thing?
I made a terrible mistake. I know I did.
And so it's your testimony, this was a one-time lapse in judgment?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
How many fentanyl patches had you discovered in your home?
Just the two.
Just the two. So you administered one to yourself, and what happened to the other?
I threw it out when I took the other one off after I felt ill.
Knowing what fentanyl is, an incredibly powerful pain reliever, why make the decision to take that drug as opposed to something weaker?
Well, it was the dose that I administered myself was expired, and it was a low dose, and I was going to be sitting in the car for 9 hours driving to Florida to see my grandfather. That's why I did it 3 days prior to my clinical rotation, so it would have time to get out of my system. I had no idea it would stay in my system that long.
You ever received any other prescriptions for pain medication?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, and were those for back pain as you described?
Yes, most recently back pain, but in the summer of 2014, I had torn my meniscus in my right knee and had received medication for that as well.
So I'm just, okay, so how often have you received pain medications for back pain? Because that is what you took the fentanyl for, right? It's for back pain.
Yes, sir.
So how many times have you received pain medications for your back?
I haven't received any pain medication in the last 3 years, sir.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out the discrepancy here, Mr. Block. You are anticipating a 9-hour drive, decide to administer yourself an extraordinarily powerful pain medication, and yet in the last 3 years, you've had no need for even a weaker pain medication for that. Did the problem go away?
No, sir. I have lost weight, and I also have been on the Spectrum Affinity drug screening once every month.
I'm sorry, Mr. Black. It just strikes me as odd that you choose to take fentanyl, not Advil, not Aleve, not hydrocodone. You just find a patch of fentanyl and say, hey, that looks good. Let me pop it on and see how it does.
No, sir.
Don't you think that should be concerning to this board?
Yes, sir. But I have taken hydrocodone for my knee and for my back up until that point.
So you attended Crossroads. Tell me about that.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear you.
You attended Crossroads Recovery? Tell me about that experience.
Well, I wanted to be proactive when this was all starting to come down and show good faith that I was willing to do whatever I had to do to retain my license. So I started that in June of 2017.
What was the extent of your treatment at Crossroads?
It was a 30-day inpatient treatment.
You submitted to 30 days inpatient treatment and you don't have an addiction problem?
No, sir.
I'm no specialist, but it does strike me as quite comprehensive for someone that doesn't have a drug addiction problem.
I wanted it to be comprehensive, sir. I wanted the board to know that I was serious about it. I have taken hydrocodone in the past for, like I said, the knee injury that I had.
Did you receive any diagnoses while attending Crossroads?
The one assessment from the individual service plan from June 15th, when they interviewed me, I felt that I had a severe problem because I was at a 30-day inpatient rehab, and they diagnosed it as a severe opioid use disorder. And then in my other meeting, they diagnosed it as a mild disorder.
So I do see contained in your application packet under treatment records for June 2016, Crossroads. Looks like admission date, June 8th, assessment date, June 15th. It does in fact say that you have a previous or current diagnosis of opioid use disorder severe. Well, where does that come from? This came from the people that you hired to treat you, right?
Yes, sir. I felt it.
Information that you provided them?
No, I felt at that time it was severe because I was spending 30 days in an inpatient treatment facility, and I have taken hydrocodone in the past.
So what significance is that you thought that? I thought they were the ones making the assessment.
That they thought it was severe, or I thought it was severe, sir.
Well, I'm asking you, Mr. Block, my question to you was how they arrived at that diagnosis, and your response was that, well, you thought you had that diagnosis. And so what relevance is the fact that you thought you had that diagnosis to theirs?
Well, for one, I was going to spend a month in an inpatient treatment facility. For two, I had taken hydrocodone for my knee, and at times it was more than prescribed.
In essence, are you attempting to testify that the facility for which you voluntarily admitted for 30 days of comprehensive inpatient treatment came up with the diagnosis of opioid use disorder severe, all because you thought you had a diagnosis of opioid use disorder severe?
Yes, sir. I can't speak for them, but yes, sir.
Once again, odd.
Well, also on the individual service plan from June 28th, 2018, it lists my diagnosis as opioid use disorder mild.
Well, I also see on that report under long-term goals, stay sober, stay clean.
Yes, sir.
Is staying sober and staying clean been an issue for you other than this incident with fentanyl patch?
No, sir, it has not. As demonstrated by my drug test over the last year and a half.
Have you attended any other chemical dependency evaluations?
No, sir, just a 30-patient rehab. And then I spoke with Dr. Anderson. He's a mental health professional.
And where is that contained within these records? Where do we look to find that?
In the very back, it says independent doctor referral. And I was also, I saw a dermatologist, Dr. Dawn Hansen. She's the last page of that.
And according to this recommendation, it states that, I'm looking at page 8 of 9 under recommendation. Given the range of and comprehensive nature of the assessment I conducted with Paul, and who again is Paul? Is Paul another assessor?
No, that's me.
Yeah, that would, okay, wow. I had a moment, Mr. Block. I'll laugh about that one later. The consistency shown in cross-validating behavioral observations of his nursing, psychiatrist, nursing, professional family members, including a CRNA relative, examination by a qualified dermatologist, as well as his sterling academic achievements. I'm of the opinion that Paul does not appear at present to fulfill the DSM-5 criteria for substance abuse, opioid, or otherwise. And so, in fact, this person, Dr. Anderson, asserts that he does not believe you have the diagnosis. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you also mentioned Dr. Dawn Hansen. So Dr. Dawn Hansen is by trade what kind of physician?
She's a dermatologist, sir.
And so what expertise does Dr. Hansen have to speak to your presence or absence of diagnosis of addiction?
She was brought into before when I was still meeting with the school, Southern Mississippi. She was brought in to demonstrate that I wasn't abusing narcotics intravenously. And it states in there that the history he provides is consistent with prescription information obtained. On physical exam, no signs of injection drug use was identified.
But of course, a patch would not leave an injection site, would it?
Correct, sir.
And so Dr. Dawn Hansen's statement that you provided here today is only good for that limited piece of information. There were no injection sites found on you at that specific time. Is that correct?
Correct.
So would you agree, Mr. Block, that we kind of have some conflicting evidence today? You yourself voluntarily admitted yourself into a 30-day inpatient program where a diagnosis of opioid use disorder severe was provided. And then you go to another person who finds that you don't have a diagnosis. What's the board to do with that information, Mr. Block?
I would hope that they would look at my past 2.5 years, my work at the post office, my drug tests with Spectrum Affinity, my community service,
And so for all of your drug tests with Affinity, also known as Spectrum, were any of those tests positive?
No, sir.
Have you in fact been attending AANA meetings from, as you stated, prior to July, but I think the records that we see today are July to February, July 2017 to at least February 2020. Would that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that you still have a license in good standing as a respiratory therapist in Mississippi. Is that still an active license?
It's not. I had just got it and it ran out this year and I didn't renew it.
Okay, and in Florida, is that still an active license?
No, sir. It's not been renewed. But I have that in my binder as well under license in other jurisdictions.
And so, Mr. Block, if you're able to reinstate your nursing license, do you intend to continue or resume your educational training for a CRNA?
Not at this time, sir. I just really would like to get back to nursing. I haven't thought about much more than just that. Just getting back to medical care and taking care of people. That's
Well, I
really-
applaud you in that you've obtained what sounds like gainful employment and maintain that. A federal job, no less, with benefits, I presume. Why leave that career path and put yourself in harm's way where you have access to controlled substances again?
I don't believe I would be in harm's way, sir.
So you do not believe by having access to all these drugs, to fentanyl patches, the same fentanyl patch that you administered to yourself for back pain, that's going to cause a problem or cause a patient safety concern by this board?
No, sir. Like I said previously, I'd been in healthcare for 17 years and never had an incident whatsoever until the incident in 2017.
Well, tell me this, Mr. Block, what did you learn from Crossroads Recovery? If you're asserting that you do not have an addiction problem, what did you do for 30 days and what did you learn?
Well, we had classes every day and meetings, and I learned how to be accountable for my actions and that what I did was wrong. And I also learned how to cope with that, how to cope with myself for making such a terrible, terrible mistake. They teach you that coping skills because I felt extreme guilt and extreme embarrassment over what I had done. So it was, for me personally, it was good because I'd lost everything. I lost my career. I lost what I was striving to be.
Tell me about the AANA attendance. What has that been like?
It's been good up until this March with the pandemic. They closed
So
down all the meetings.
So in AANA, isn't it typical that someone stands up and before they speak, they say, hello, my name is John and I'm an addict? Is that kind of a typical introduction at an AANA meeting?
It's typical, but there's other ways to introduce yourself.
How do you introduce yourself?
Well, I normally don't speak. I like to listen. But I normally would say, hi, my name is Paul and I'm blessed to be here.
So you do not refer to yourself as an addict or an alcoholic.
No, sir.
And you've attended these meetings for how long?
I started before the 30-day inpatient rehab just to kind of get a feel for it. And I don't really know where those papers went, but then I know I started after rehab and have attended every month to show good faith to the board because that was part of the restoration process until this past March when the pandemic started.
So Mr. Block, let me tell you where I am. And I'll phrase this in the form of a question. Either I'm looking at someone who has gone through extraordinary measures to go by the book, do what they think is necessary to get their license back in light of one mistake, or I'm looking at someone in serious denial. Which is it?
I'm someone that has gone through everything I have to do to regain my career as a nurse, because I did make one mistake. And I've owned it to my family, to my friends, people in my town. My job right now are aware, as I had to put it on my resume when I applied for the position. So yes, I have gone through this for 2.5 years to make it right. Everything I've done to try to make this right.
What educational courses or continuing education have you done during this time?
I was instructed by Ms. Bodo not to complete any. She sent me an email in October of 2018, and she said that refresher courses are something that the board typically orders, and you do not want to step ahead of what they will order you to do. You may have to repeat anything you complete, and that may get expensive. And then she had left. And then in July of 2019, I spoke with Miss Marianne Wynn, and I had asked her for a list of classes to take, and she never responded back. And then she left. And then that same year in October of 2019 is when Miss Blackwell took over my case.
And so you were instructed not to take a refresher course. As you may not know, part of that refresher course may not even be completed unless you have express permission from the board. And you took no educational courses other than a refresher course?
I had taken ACLS and PALS class, but no courses through the Board of Nursing.
And when did you last practice as a nurse?
My last practice as a nurse was March of 2017.
Do you feel that you would need a refresher course to get your skills back up to par?
No, sir.
Would you be willing to submit to one if the board ordered it?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
You stated you attended at least 3 years of AANA. You did more listening than more talking. What's step 6?
Sir?
What is step 6 in AANA?
I'm not familiar with step 6, sir.
What's step 5?
I've only worked through the first 3, and that was a couple years ago.
What are the first 3?
Caught me off guard.
Well, you did spend 3 years in AANA meetings. We talked about the steps, right?
Yes, sir.
Step 1.
Is to know that you're in the wrong, and you make amends.
So, Mr. Block, today, if the board ordered you to complete a new chemical dependency evaluation, considering the conflicting evidence they have before them, would you submit to it?
Yes, sir.
If they decided you need continued drug screening to make sure that this was, as you state, a one-time error, would you continue to submit to those drug screens?
Yes, sir. I've submitted since October of 2018 for those drug screens, so that's fine, sir.
I have no further questions, Mr. Block.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Do any of the board members have questions for Mr. Block? Thank you. Counsel, do you have anything further?
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Block?
No, sir. I just would like to thank the board for hearing my case and giving me the opportunity to speak on my behalf. I hope that my history the last 2.5 years has demonstrated my willingness to accomplish whatever I need to accomplish to get back to being a registered nurse in this state. I truly miss it. Like I said, I've never had any other incidents previously, and I'm eager to get back to work. I appreciate y'all's time and energy on this. I know it's been a long road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Block. Is there anything further you'd like to share with the board?
No, sir. Thank you.
Counsel, you may offer your closing.
Candidly, I'm puzzled. One of two options as I see it. Mr. Block has either made one bad mistake and gone through great efforts to ensure that his license is reinstated. 30 days of inpatient treatment, drug testing since 2018, AA/NA attendance. That's a lot to go through if you don't have a problem. Quite puzzling to me. Mr. Block testifies, though, that he's experienced some personal growth through these endeavors. The alternative situation is that Mr. Block is in a state of denial. In fact, that he does have a drug problem, as identified in the assessment that's been provided in the materials by him. Opioid use disorder severe. Which is it? I don't know. He has provided a complete restoration application. It is my recommendation to this panel to get a new chemical dependency evaluation to try to determine once and for all the state of his sobriety, the state of whether he suffers from opioid dependence, and for Mr. Block to follow through with those recommendations, should you so decide to give him his license. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Block, I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
During the course of your treatment with AA/NA, what sobriety date did you provide for them?
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear you completely.
What was your sobriety date?
Oh, it was July 10th is the date I gave them.
July 10th of what year?
2017. It was a couple days after I got out of the inpatient rehab center, sir.
Any questions for Mr. Block from the board?
May I say one more thing, sir?
Go ahead, Mr. Block.
All the things that I've performed, the 30-day inpatient rehab, the meetings, those are all required by the board to complete my restoration packet. So they would have to be completed for me to offer my packet to the board, or my packet wouldn't be complete. So I understand the attorney asking, I completed this and I did that because I made a one-time mistake. I did make a one-time mistake, but I had to do all those other things to complete my packet for restoration for my license. That's all, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Block. Anything further, counsel?
I suppose to clarify, on a restoration application, an applicant must provide materials if in fact they do have treatment records. If they do have a problem with controlled substance or mood altering drugs, then yes, they should provide evidence of AA/NA meeting attendance. Perhaps it's Mr. Block's approach to cross all T's and dot all I's. But the Board of Nursing does not require inpatient treatment for someone that does not have a problem that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, council. This time I'll entertain a motion. Close determination. Go into executive session.
I make the motion to go in close determination. Executive session is in order.
Been moved and properly seconded. Those in favor, please signify by stating your name and indicating on file.
TJ Adams, aye.
Carries. Entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I make the motion to go into executive session.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Those in favor, please state your name and signify by indicating aye.
Frank Taylor, aye.
Krista Standard, aye.
TJ Adams, aye.
Board is now in executive session to consider this matter, Mr. Block. We will return once the session is concluded.
I'm gonna step away.
Are you able to pause YouTube so that I can, this won't be recorded?
Wait, good afternoon, Phyllis.
Mr. Block, are you on the call?
We're doing good. Feel like I need a nap after that fried chicken and cake though.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Oh, it was so good today. I'm ready to go to sleep.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. We are back on the record. Entertain a motion to return to regular session.
Oh. I make a motion.
Make a motion to return to the regular session.
Been moved and seconded that we move to regular session. Those in favor, please state your name, signify by stating aye.
Brady Taylor, aye.
Teresa Stanford, aye.
You there, Mr. Adams?
TJ Adams, aye.
All right, the motion carried. We are back in regular session. In the matter of license number R893398, Paul Block, panel renders the following. Reinstated drug-related stipulations to include $500 fine, chemical dependency evaluation, refresher courses, 60 months with a credit for the 18 months already completed, which will leave a balance of 42 months. We will keep the maximum hours allowed of 88 hours per 2-week period, 12 consecutive hours in a 24-hour period. We will request employer reports, care. The remaining stipulations of the order will be mailed to you in a written order. There are no questions, Mr. Block. We thank you for your participation today, and you are excused.
Thank you all very much. You have a great day. Thank you.
Good
Thank
luck.
you, sir. The next matter before the board, license number P325481, Jennifer Rogers. Council, are there any preliminary matters?
There are two. I would move that exhibits B1 through B9 be admitted into evidence. Actually, I might be a little early on that motion. Sorry, a little tired. For the first matter, I would call Floyd Wiley as a witness.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name for the record. And in what capacity are you here today? And have you made a determination of whether Jennifer Rogers is present and available for her hearing?
Yes, I am.
And what have you done to make that determination?
Check the respondent's sign-in log, she has not signed in. Check the visitor's log, she has not signed in. I went to the front of the building, called her name 5 times for her response. Went to the back of the building, called her name 5 times for her response.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. I now direct your attention to Exhibit B2. Would you identify for the record Exhibit B2?
The computer printout of the licensure of Jennifer Rogers.
Amongst or included on Exhibit B2, is there a primary address indicated?
Yes, it is.
What is that?
It is 2525 Geneva Drive, Nisbet, Mississippi.
Thank you. I would now direct your attention to Exhibit B5, not yet entered into evidence. Would you please identify for the record Exhibit B5?
It's a notice of hearing complaint.
Regarding Jennifer Rogers?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and can you confirm that this notice of hearing and complaint addressed to Jennifer Rogers is addressed to the same address on the front page of Exhibit B5 as the primary address indicated in Exhibit B2?
Yes, the addresses do match.
Thank you. I would now direct your attention to the final page of Exhibit B5 to which you previously referenced. Would you again identify that for the record?
It's a copy of the letter certified mail that was sent to Jennifer Rogers, address in Nesbit.
Okay, and is there a yellow label affixed to this envelope? Perhaps slightly darker shade for your copied version?
Right.
What is written on that label attached to this envelope, Mr. Wiley?
Return to sender, attempted, not known, unable to forward.
Thank you. And can you confirm that the certified mail numbers on this envelope do in fact match the certified mail numbers on the first page of Exhibit B5, Notice of Hearing?
Yes, the numbers do match.
Thank you. Now I'll direct your attention, Mr. Wiley, to Exhibit B7. Would you identify that for the record, please?
It's an affidavit of publication to the DeSoto Times Tribune.
And in this affidavit of publication, to whom is it noticing, and at what time and location is it directing this person to appear?
It is to Jennifer Rogers, and it is for today's date, and it's ordering her to be here at the Board of Nursing.
Thank you. And that is July 23rd, 2020 at 8:30 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
And can you confirm that this was indeed published for 3 consecutive weeks? And if so, what are those dates?
Yes, it was, and the dates are June 25th, 2020, July 2nd, 2020, July the 9th, 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Wiley. At this time, I would move that we proceed with this matter as all statutory requirements for notice have been met. The state would move that exhibits B1 through B9 be admitted into evidence. The state would rest on its pleadings. Thank you.
Is there anything further, counsel?
Nothing further.
Any questions from the members of the board? That will conclude us for today.